Okay. Well, oh man. Yeah, we back. We back. Ready for some more action. That didn't go how I wanted it to. But I did end up making another screen setup, so we'll see. Let's take a look at that and see if you like that. Ah, ooh, ah. Uh-oh, you can see my figure. Uh-oh, it's all right. That's all right, my girlish figure. That'll do. That'll do. You know, a different view. And if you don't like it, we'll just switch it back to the other one. But we're going to sit with this for a moment. Let's see. A little different, but somebody was interested in seeing the side profile of my arm when I move the tool around, so I figured this would be a way to do that. Let me actually adjust it a little bit. There we go. That looks fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't know, Lawrence. Figure we try it out, you know? But, you know, that's also dependent on if they're going to even be here today. So, since I don't schedule anything, you know. But yes, we're back. All right. We'll just roll with it for now. And the other setting is just a click away. You know, if I wanted to do vertical, I should just throw it on my phone. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. But then, how am I going to have jam? How am I going to jam, man? Got some tunage going. I think I could actually just turn it on and then mute it if I went vertical with the other one. Lawrence, how are people supposed to find me, you know, if I don't do these types of things? You just watch YouTube. That's how you find the ones that you watch. I hear you, man. Yeah. Making yourself available in a lot of different ways is kind of how you gain that traction, at least in the social media world. But we just gotta try stuff out. If we think it'll work, go for it, you know? And if it doesn't work, well, adjust. I'm sure it's the same setup or same idea when you run into problems with your skull saw work. Run into a problem, just figure out, try out something different, keep moving. That's the biggest thing, is you got to keep moving forward till you find something that works. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm juiced. I'm juiced pretty good. Now where do I put it? Oh, I got my cage. My cage. Sorry, it might vibrate this cam a little bit until I get it settled. But yeah, I'm going to be trying some stuff out on this. So I understand if that's not interesting. My step stool. I guess we're going to be vertical, huh? Just put my tripod over there. There, I have a different camera stand setup thing. We'll try that. Boom. Maybe that'll do. And it'll just be on mute because we're talking on YouTube, you know? Move this little guy out of the way. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Suppose we'll start. This stuff looks awful stringy. Yeah. Well, we'd rather it stringy than too powdery, you know? Okay. Need to Okay, good. I need the camera to face the other way. Here we go. Flip. Settings. We need to do the audio here. Device cam, enhance, interact, share, promote settings. Can you only do that when it's set, I wonder? What? Okay, that'll do. Okay. Now I need to take a gander at the settings. Here. Mute microphone. There we go. Ah. All right. What's that say? Hmm. No, I don't want to share that. Hmm. Ooh, music. Oh Lord, that's not going to be good. Gentle? No. Okay. Is that where? Steady. Comment. Ah, here we go. The muted YouTube as voice. There we go. Hey, what does my TikTok sound like? Am I using EasyWood tools? Yes. I am using the handles and the shaft part of the EasyWood tools. I'm not using it. I'm not using the cutters. Well, yes. Okay. But can you hear anything? Turn it all the way up. Okay. Perfect. Let's see. I guess I can easily take that off. All right, can you hear me now? Stay on it, please, until I'm done skis. That's fine. Can you hear me? How is the audio? My music's too loud? Well, I don't know how to turn that off. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't know how to. Oh. Alrighty. How do we turn that music off? There we go. Okay. Alright. Can you hear me now? Metallic-y. Yeah, that sounds really weird. Oh man, gotta change that. Remove background noise. Okay, I turned that off. Sounds less metallic-y already. Doesn't it? Alright, well that's better, huh? Is it? There we go. That looks good. Thank you, Lawrence. Why does it do that? Yeah, I just need to mute the microphone, huh? Well, yeah. Yep. How do I change what it's called, though? Like the title of it. What are these buttons? Co-host? Nothing. Not at the moment. What does co-hosting do? Settings. uh, oh. Alright, whatever. It's just going to be quiet. Sorry about that, Lawrence. Thanks for your patience, sir. But it is muted and silent. Should I turn the tunes back on? Okay. Or should it just be quiet? Okay. You want jazz? Be sensory overload. Boom. All right, let's get to it. Lawrence said, hey, he couldn't hear you. Speak up, you!
Hi!
There we go. There it is. All right. Let's see. What do I do here? All right. Well, I guess not really much to do. Hey, if you could just periodically post in streams muted, that would help. And I'm live on YouTube. All right. I heard you that time. Okay. No, my microphone's muted. I muted it. What number are we working on? 21. All right. I wonder if it was trying to use my headphones and not the actual phone mic. Yeah, that could be problematic, I suppose. It's weird having so many things in front of your face at the same time. But I suppose this will just be a testing thing, huh? So why would I want to invite somebody to co-host? What does that mean? The option keeps popping up. Can't even get the right angle. What's going on? But Lawrence, yes, I do use the Easy Wood tools, and I really like the handle itself. So I wanted to try out a different. Let me just I wanted to try out a different handle. There it is. Or a different shaft, rather. And I think I showed you the first one that I made. So this is the handle that it comes with, the kit that I got, or the set that I got. And this is just like a steel rod. So I took that and then I made one of these. There you go. You can see a little better now. I made one of these, and I think I'll probably make some modifications on the back end here, because I hold it in a variety of different ways, but I want it to be nice and thick on the front, similarly to how that one is, and then I want grooves for my fingers to be able to like go into and then start getting repetitions with that. But let's see. This is the round carbide. It's the same cutter head. One of the main things about it really is that I was trying to get this screw replacement, because for the easy wood it's pretty small, and I just don't really like that. It's starting to strip a little bit, and this is just a little bit more of a robust screw. But I'm pretty sure when you buy the new cutter head, it comes with a new one every time, but I haven't used it, so or I haven't gotten one, so that's why it's a little funky. As far as that tool goes, I just used a drill chuck and did it like that. Used a block of wood like this. Just used a piece of wood like this, about this size, to make it. And then just drilled a hole and made it fit, and then put some other stuff. But see, this is where it's kind of interesting to me, is the tool itself. Is that too tight? What's going on? I don't know. But this is one of the drawbacks of it right here. This part right here, and I haven't changed it yet, but I will take it to the grinder to give it an angle. Eventually, and I also can't really get into the grooves as well, so I'll be modifying that. But it's not bad. It's not too bad. And then also rolling it is obviously a little different. Also the feel that you get from using it too is a bit different, because you don't have that flat reference anymore. So you're just looking at the flat up here, and then your tool will tell you if you're right or wrong, if it chips out or something. So kind of funny, I guess. But I think it's pretty I think it's pretty fascinating. You can like feel the tool kind of balancing itself because it's rounded like that. I don't have very many repetitions on with the tool, so. No, I don't use negative rate. But this, as of right now, this just feels clumsy. I don't feel as precise, I guess. But the surfaces are coming out smooth, so can't complain about that. And then I suppose this is probably one of the more danger areas for the round. It's not too bad. You just don't want it to roll down, you know? So you kind of got to hold it in place. But it was actually kind of hard to find one that was just a round bar. I thought I was going to have to make it, or have somebody make it. But it ended up working out. Ended up working out all right. And then you can also see like how far the bar sticks out too. Like, hindsight, I probably should have drilled it deeper. That way the bar is more towards the back. Well, actually, that's not the one I made. This is the one I made. So I did at least have a little bit of foresight to do that with the other one. But I do want it even further back. It's also a steel bar, by the way, instead of aluminum. So if heft is a variable that is of concern, it is more hefty. The other one's aluminum. It's an aluminum bar versus the steel bar. All right, from here we can start it off. Here. What we're gonna do, yeah, honeycomb. But yeah. That needs to go down a bit steeper, dude. You watch very gross on turning resin and acrylic, and he was using negative rate. Yeah. Yes, for sure. You can definitely ask that question to a variety of people, and they'll have. But here's the thing that I find interesting about it is because it's not quite mainstream. You know, it's not like a mainstream thing. Um, so it's not something that people have that's like very well like known, and so people that have their preferences are typically, I say typically, but the likelihood of them being older people in general is pretty high because it's, you know, this is more of a thing that was viewed as like an old person hobby. Making bowls and stuff like that. Not just old people, but it's like an older fashioned way of doing something too. It's not modern by any means. So it's kind of interesting when you think about it. Just how many years turning has been around. Like they used to use trees. They used to like step on trees to get like the bowing to go. So like a tree branch was wrapped around a stick, or a rope was wrapped around a branch that went to a rod in the middle, and then that went down to your foot, and then you just stepped on it. Kind of like an old sewing machine. If you've seen like an older sewing machine. But yeah, they're kind of interesting. There was somebody at the Renaissance Festival I went a few years ago that was demoing that. And I was like, man, that's cool. That is cool. But they would carve out like spoons. I think that's what he was actually demoing. He was turning spoons. And then you just use like a spike is what he was using. It's like a spring pole lathe, that's the one. Yeah, if I tried to have audio, it would be loud on the other one. I've adjusted this mic to help with the audio at least, to where it's not so loud. So there's that. You used to love watching the Woodwright Shop with Roy. I haven't heard of Roy Underhill, but I don't watch too many turners really. I watch a few, or I used to watch a few, and then I'll occasionally watch here and there. Like Johnny, for example, Johnny's Lathe Crafts. I went and watched one of his videos the other day, and he's there for his stream a little bit. So it was pretty neat. But I don't usually watch turning. Usually watch different stuff. But the ones that I used to watch are Bob from RJB and Sean from Worth the Effort. They're really some of the best places to start, I think, too. Sean's pretty good at teaching and has a lot of valuable information. It's just a big deal of learning how to apply that type of information, you know? And then, or using a similar type of information and then applying it to different concepts. Hello, hello. Rita and Jean. How you doing, Bone Crusher? How's it going? Got my camera cage. Roy Underhill's from Williamsburg, Virginia. He was on PBS. Oh, cool. He used hand and wood and foot power tools. Hey, that's all right, Rita. No worries at all. A training? Oh, man. Somebody mess up? Or are they on board in training? Oh, really? You watch me. Oh, thanks, man. Gabe, Tim, and Silvermeister. Silvermeister make nibs clips. I haven't seen him. But Gabe Castro, he did that Volkswagen, the VW bus pin, is the last one I saw from him, I think. Jeez. Educating educators. Hey, train the trainer. That's fun. Hello. These pins and a few other projects. Nice. Got big goals. Got lofty goals. Goodness. That one took me a lot of time. Yeah. His blanks? Shoot. Has he ever made a pin with just one? Seems like he always throws other stuff onto him. He does some really neat stuff. Man, this ad thing, I get the ads when I'm watching on the side for the chat. They just pop up. I like to stay there. Gotta get to work on some stratified pins. I turned a lot yesterday. I think I turned like 30 yesterday. 30, 35, something like that. You're getting ads too? We don't like that. Shouldn't be getting ads. I did start, and then I had to change it. We will change that. Well, they are on. Manual. Alright, now you shouldn't have any more issues. Abby's keeping me busy. Shoot. Keeping her busy. We both do stuff. We both do a lot of different things. Abby's the face. It doesn't like to show her face on stream. Okay. This will just feel odd. I mean, I can't be in my normal position. You want me to invite you on my TikTok and be the thing, my co-host? I don't know what that does. Huh? Well, I've got an invite button. Oh, be still now. Invite. Huh? Oh, is that what it means? Oh, never mind. But yeah, so it's been like, a little over a week since my last stream, so get you caught up on that. We had our anniversary, went to dinner. We didn't go see Scary Movie, came back home and got ready for the beach the following day, and then we left for the beach, spent time at the beach, and I was over it pretty quickly, and then came home. I don't know how people relax like that. I'm not good at relaxing, I guess. You better. Alright, let's just at least make it match, huh? Ads are only a little annoying? Yeah, my bad. I did start. Yeah, I said that already. But I started a stream and then it was on for like 20 minutes or so, and then I was trying to get it set up to go vertical, and then I opted to not do that. But I did change. What do you think? What do you think of this view, huh? Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Don't size me up, Bone Crusher. All right? We can battle with our pens. Thank you, thank you. It's been a 15-year journey to get yesterday. Or not yesterday. Last week. But it's good. It's good. But you shouldn't get ads anymore. I turned it to manual. Got to be mindful of, what I do now. I can't. Gotta be slim and trim. Working on my turner's body too much, I had a lot of beverages at the beach. Had a lot of beverages at the beach, and that was just. Man. What if I lifted that? There we go. Maybe that'll be a little better. No, everybody likes to be all close and stuff. Good. What number are we doing? 29. We are doing 29. I hadn't had an ad since I fixed it. That means I did. It means it did fix. That's good. That's a good sign. What are we doing? 29. You have to check out your table more in DC this year? Oh man, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to DC. We've got some fun things cooking up. And then we obviously have our other spinning plate. Aw, thanks. Thanks for letting me know. Shoot. That are some real thoughtful, nice ladies. So nice of them. So I was thinking about the 30-day turning checklist thing and how boring it is to read. So I'm gonna have to put those into just some shorts, but I think that I will just make them into shorts and then just get that done. That'll be probably an easier way. It won't be as thorough, but it's been a very, very long thing that I've been working on. It's just so, I don't know. I try to do it right the first time, I guess, and that's what's preventing me from just doing it, because, I don't know, bandwidth or something. Brain bandwidth, not internet. Not an internet issue this time. Yeah. And that makes sense. It makes sense. As far as them being that way. I don't know. As you start working on some ideas, they just kind of evolve. And that's the initial idea is kind of like the starting point or a place to deviate from, and that's becoming one of those things. But yeah. I'll probably be able to do it even faster anyway. But and then in addition to that, I've got a little or I started a channel membership sort of thing where instead of making a class, we would one of the things I think it'd be pretty cool to just do a demo of something every month. Yeah. Lofty goals, you know. Hey, Marianne, meeting was canceled. Heck yeah. Need to put more oomph into YouTube, so that is the goal. And then the 30-day will be some great stuff to make shorts for, as well as longer form. It's just editing. Editing's the next step. You know? Like, my stuff's not edited highly. I do cut a lot of stuff out because I'll sit there and think for a little bit and then continue. So I gotta cut those out. Yes. Marianne, how do you like the side view of turning? Not of me. I don't know if I want to know that answer. I haven't been to the gym in a little while. But yeah. The countdown. Oh man. We getting close? You're gonna have to remind me of what the day is now. Not sure where we are. Oh. You know, I'm a little bit ashamed to say, but I did start with an apron only when it was really hot outside. Didn't have an AC. I was only wearing an apron. It didn't increase my viewership, but September 13th. June. 3. Still got a good 3 to go. I did it for the lulz. Did it for the lulz. Hello, hybrid lathe. But yeah, I was thinking some of the different projects I think would be pretty cool, and then that would be a way for me to actually share how to do them, or share how I do them. If nobody else is doing them, you know, that just is a way, you know. I don't know if it was a military thing. Bone Crusher, you might be able to help me on that. But one of my leadership, one of the people in leadership positions while I was in the military, they always emphasize it's not the way, it's a way. I like that. Yeah, man, we're having a good day today. Hybrid lathe, what do you do? What do you do? I'm a turner. I make pins. Full-time job is a diamond painting pin turner. Like these. And then I also make fountain pens. And one that is in the works at the moment is, the reason I can't really continue working on this one at the moment is because of I've recorded most of it, and so I'm going to finish making the video on it. But yeah, so here's the barrel and here's the cap, and then I was thinking about doing a modded section, and I know it was an anniversary gift that I have yet to finish. I know, go ahead, get mad. It's only a week late. If we're going to talk about some jokes, though, we're not going to talk about that one. dark humor, I suppose. Anyway, that was surfite and bodite, and you know, I thought about putting ebonite on, rotating ebonite and then putting it on top. However, I don't think that would stay very well. Or if it did fall, it would definitely break. Yeah, yeah. The Orlando Pinchot Pass is less than 15. Nice. I don't know what the table cost is, and then passes and stuff like that. I don't know what that costs. Let's see. No way to travel. Be a long Uber drive? Oh man. Alright, Lawrence, I'll come get you on the bike. It'll be like the last hoorah on the bike, you know. But yeah. Hop on my motorcycle. That's how I went to the Mate 2024. Went on a motorcycle. And that was partially to make sure I didn't buy anything. Because I couldn't put it on the bike. Then I couldn't take it with me. So that was kind of like, you know. Oh man. We really have to say what? I must have missed it. She said, yeah. But I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun. Always fun. You stay home, hard issues, yeah. Mississippi. Ole Miss. Ole Miss. I met a Mississippian once. Is that what they're called? That sounds right. I met a Mississippian, and they were an athletic fan. I said, what is Ole Miss? It's not Old Miss, it's Ole. Okay, what is it? Anyway, he didn't answer. He didn't answer. He's like, you don't get it. Like, you're right, I don't. Doesn't sound like you can explain it either. You're from Mississippi? Oh. Went to a much different climate, moving elsewhere. I don't know where Natchez is. Just send videos. Hybrid lathe. How have I been? I've been good. I've been good. How about you? I don't recognize your name. And I do my best to try and recognize names. And then one little thing about it. And then the more frequent you come, you know, more really easily recognized it is and stuff. Weird. That's funny. My TikTok stopped. That's okay, but it's just funny. Oh. Well, why didn't you just say you were Sean? I remember you. How's your, I do remember more about you than you probably think. Insurance adjuster. Yeah. And then going back west is on my radar again. Kind of fell off for a while. But it's back on my radar. I can't wait. Wish we could jam together. Oh, speaking of jams, I need to get back on the AI tunes. I play around with it, but it's fun. Yeah, good deal. You changed your YouTube name. Well, that's why I didn't recognize you. But it is good to see you again, man. Lawrence, Ole Miss, yeah. Johnny Lee crap. Okay. He's in Mississippi as well. Yeah, I watched his video on the ring. Turning a ring. Yes. I don't know if y'all are able to tell, but I have a camera frame. So I don't have a tripod with this extender now. I have this whole thing now. So how'd you get the name Hybrid Lathe? I want to know your origin story before you get huge and too cool to hang out with me. Bone crusher. You know, I kind of have a similar question for you. How'd you get that name? You just like videos because they can take you anywhere you want to go. Yeah. Yeah, I think live is pretty fun. I like it a lot. You know, it's funny you say that about AI. I was thinking, I've looked up on like ChatGPT how to make a fountain pen. And it was not right, at least when I looked. The measurements wouldn't have matched at all. Like, they were pretty far off. But I'm not here to train AI. Although it's probably doing it even anyway. You have to have 50 followers before going live? Well, if you build it, they will come. All done? Oh yeah. Have a good one. Enjoy. Abby's leaving. Ah, nice. I think we got more in common then. I was just Lima whiskey. That was my call sign. And then I moved to a different area, military adjacent, and my call sign was disco. I'm left unsupervised. Yeah, now I can get back to her present. I'll probably start working on that actually. I've got 3 more of these and then I'll get back to that instead of doing the other thing I was doing. We're going to do. No more. But yeah, the hybrid lathe. All right. A Maverick, contrary to the military aspect of it, a Maverick is a different type of thinker, or sees things differently, or somebody that does things differently. But yes, that is the purpose of Maverick. The other one was just a coincidence. But yeah, this is the actual definition. Also, the crew. Thank you. So, on my you lived in NC for 11 years? Right on. Oh man, I lived another 8. I left when I was 18. Came back, 24. I think I got 24 years in North Carolina. Yep. Too many. Too many years. Ready. But yeah, the other thing, I mentioned it before, but I have the membership thing now for YouTube, and the Mav crew is the one of the tiers, and you know, it's kind of based off of that, where it's a group of people that think differently about things in general, and that's kind of the point of it. Being able to kind of innovate, iterate, and then do different takes on you know, things that have been the same for a long time. So that's kind of the point of it. Because working on some of these ideas takes away a lot of time, and then having multiple people working on a similar problem, as we know, helps solve it faster. And so if it's something that should be reimagined or brought to life, then it'll happen faster. And then the other ones, the other tiers, are basically for getting your feet wet and seeing if it's even something you want to go down. And that'll kind of also help me gauge where people are and where people want to go, and I think it'd be pretty dope to help people get there. That was one of the harder things that I had to get comfortable with, being an instructor. You know, leaving the leaving what I was doing, that I spent years training, and then going to teach people how to do it, or aspects of it rather. I was annoyed in the beginning, but you get those sayings of your leadership saying, "Oh, well, we've noticed that you have the skills that are required to teach and this and that." They fluff you up real good, make you feel happy inside, and then you're like, "Really? That's not what it was it?" It could have been. I don't know. But I got my missions. I got missions, and they were fun. Well, for me. Fun for me, right? Fellow medic in the house here. You know what I mean. If you wanted to grow quickly. I don't know what kind of content you're doing actually, but if you were, then you can get a lot more eyeballs on your stuff if you did TikTok. People scroll like crazy there. Also Instagram, but you know, if I could do it over again, I would have more content probably ready to go. You know, it's one of those things where you can look back on and then be like, you know, I could have done this differently or that differently, and probably would have lended itself to a better outcome, but I'm not upset. I didn't know what I wanted to do or how I wanted to do it. Shoot, I guess I'm still kind of there, huh? I want to teach in person, but how? How do we get to that point? So that's a question that I always wonder. How do I get to teach in person? Like, it's funny. Abby thinks that I might get called back at some point in the military. They're like, well, your skills set and this and that, and like, yeah, but there's other people that do it and do it better. I've been out of practice. But yeah, she's told me about dreams that she's had like that. I'm like, what? You think some leadership in another country wants to learn how to turn? More specifically, turn a pen. You think somebody in another country wants to turn a pen, and then that would be me, huh? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And it didn't have to be another country. That's just where my head immediately went. Davos Station in Norfolk. All right. What branch is that? Oh, I actually did something pretty cool. I was doing videos yesterday, and I'm sure you hear this kind of like high-pitched singing, and then the little pieces coming off. So, oh, I'm actually smoothed it a little bit. Let me see if I can chatter it back up. There we go, that'll work. All right, so here's what I did. So you heard that chatter, right? I felt it, you heard it. So you just take a pencil, and then you lightly go across it, and it's gonna identify all the higher points. And then it looks really cool. I didn't think it was gonna look like it did, but that's what it looks like, just the high points of it. I'm like, huh, I should do something with that. I don't know what yet. But if you happen to get chatter, you know that surface isn't smooth and you can do something with it. See, this is the type of stuff that I would work with other people that also have a lot of different experiences, backgrounds, and other ideas to try and figure something out of a way to incorporate something like that. It is textured indeed. It is textured. And it's because of the blank vibrating, and the tool isn't making constant contact. It's causing the tool to kind of bounce off of it, but it's happening really, really fast. And so it's It's yeah, it's a textured surface, but it's in a wave, which is cool. That happens in the middle of blanks often, because I mean you can see the bushings; they're only going into about right here. So my hole is about here on both sides. So that's where it is. That's how deep it goes. Everything else is just the resin. But yeah, imagine if it wasn't a pencil. It was, I don't know, something shiny. Or if the grooves were deeper, or I don't know. And then you fill it with something. You know how people do the lasering on some stuff, and then you're just cutting a certain depth, and then you can pack that with something and give it a look, and then you just make it match the whole surface. But yes, that would be a Mav Crew topic. But yeah. Oh, and crew, I don't know if I finished talking about that actually. But a crew is a group of people that, you know, like-minded. And it just sounded kind of cool in the beginning, and then I looked up like the colloquial, I think I said it right. It's like a modern word. But if you look up CRUE, you'll find like French wines or something like that. But it's not like that. That's not the purpose. It's referring to the group of people. Dang. That's kind of a mixed blessing, isn't it, Lawrence? He had forced retirement because of health issues. What was going on in the world in that time? Was there anything going on? And then, you know, something else about that in particular is you know, just combining things that you already do. It's like, huh, why didn't I think of that before? And, you know, it's quite possible that I did before, it's just that I never connected different dots. See, we're feeling real good over here, not so much over here. And do we like this view, by the way? Do we like this view, or do you like me up in the little corner? I was doing this for Pinworks, Shadow Pinworks. If I saw it, I'd recognize it. But it's actually it's just Pinworks. That's what it was. But it was spelled differently. But anyway, I just leave that there, or you just hit it with a little sandpaper. And then that could also be your gauge of how far we still need to go. I don't know if you can see the white there, but we're almost there to where it's smooth. Good enough. And normally you don't want to sand that high, by the way, but I was just getting the texture out. Gold flake, then sand it down. Not a bad idea. I think the flake would be too big, because those weren't very deep. But if I made them deeper, absolutely. Oh no. 23. Yeah. Cut off. I don't know what that is. But, you know, the other thing, like, the crazy thing is if you know how to do a ring inlay or an opal inlay on a ring or something like that, you could literally just cut a channel right there and put it on. You know, like my honeycomb or a honeycomb shape, you could do it like that. I mean, you can even change these to where you just kind of get that guide, and then you cut a channel, and then there's your ring. But you know, there's a lot of ways, a lot of things to do. But we're doing 23. Mm-hmm. $55. Ho ho! And 55. Dang. And then the middle is all right, we're gonna go 75. Nice. The middle is actually just a little off to the left, right there. But this is the accurate mark. And over here, in the middle-ish, that's the other mark. So those are actual middles, which, go me. I've snapped a blank like that before. I've also chipped out a blank like that before. Like the top part. The top part, it was a little offset. And what happened was that it hit the outside and it kind of slapped in, and it this big old chip. I had to change the shape entirely, which which leads to another design. So, you know, mixed blessing, silver lining kind of thing. No biggie, just the skew. Bone Crusher, were you at 18 Delta? Oh, it did it again. All right, so it looks like not much. This is what it looks like at the moment. You can kind of see the waves in it, right? Maybe not. Not yet. But we'll go back. And then lightly with the pencil here. Now you can see them. Now I wonder if it's like a lag. '68 whiskey. Nice. We did some work with. Wasn't that cool? Yeah, it was. Shoot, you're out there keeping people. Keeping people going. See? That's what I'm talking about, Rita. It'd be pretty cool. I don't know how or what. I mean, I do know how. I just keep it like that. But, yeah. But I'm kind of wondering if it is actually because it's spinning like at a... So this one's spinning and this one's just trying to catch up. If that makes sense. Like there's a lag. So this one's like a fraction of a turn ahead of this side once I put the tool in contact with it. So like a delay, like this was turning and this was turning. And it's just slightly off because, well, I don't know. That's also a speculation, I don't know. It's hearsay. I don't know. But the first thing, if I do encounter something like that, the first thing I do is make sure that it's not my tool, that I'm actually holding it how I should be and all that jazz. And then the next thing I do is make sure that the tailstock isn't too tight. It just needs to be in contact with a little bit of extra rotation. So it's not like in there, but if you did continue to push it, it would cause it to bow. And it becomes more evident when you're turning something much skinnier. Then tailstock really just becomes for support, not so much to. Let's see, what's a good example? It doesn't need to be equal pressure for some things. This just becomes a support to keep it like on, as well as keeping it from spinning wonky. But yeah. It looks like it's turning wonky. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Ooh. We want to get even more overhead. Top down. Try this on for size, huh? I'm gonna Here we go. The blank looks wonky. Uh-oh. Nah, there's some blanks that just look like that to begin with. And then you gotta clear it out. Anyway, eventually hope to move out west. Yep. Have a studio, maybe even a storefront, brick and mortar, and have people come over and turn and browse. Just sounds fun. And I'd be happy. I'd be happy with them. With that, probably, you know, till the end. Tucson, Arizona. Not too far west. Not West Coast. Yep, I think it'd be awesome. But yeah, like, let me just paint this picture for you. So we move out west. We have a property and a storefront and maybe even a guest house on the property that people could come to, that they would just kind of rent the Airbnb type of thing or just stay there. And then it would be like a couple days of turning, depending on whatever it was. You know, that's other logistics that would be figured out over time. But nonetheless, people come over, get to hang out. It's kind of like a bed and breakfast mixed with an Airbnb, mixed with like a training sesh, and then just get to hang out and learn and do some cool stuff, and well, what I think is cool stuff. You might not find pin making all that interesting, but it's all right. But that's kind of the, I guess, the down the road target, I guess. Anyway, and then another avenue potentially would be to have that storefront with a workshop type of thing in the back that people could come and then just do something, you know, kind of like a woodcraft type of thing. That's not what the shop would be, but that's what the, if you've been to like a Rockler or a woodcraft, then you've seen the setup of them teaching the different classes and sorts, and that would be kind of the target for the workshop space. Not so much for the storefront. Storefront would be more like a stationary, most likely, and pins. And then to take it even one step further, I think it would be awesome to only carry, maybe not only, but you know, have a great deal of space dedicated or allocated to, you know, makers, because I just think that would be really awesome, and a great place for people to do stuff like that, to put their stuff if they wanted it in a brick and mortar type of thing. Anyway, those are my lofty goals. I think it'd be cool. South Dakota? South Dakota? What's in South Dakota? Idaho is potatoes, isn't it? What's in South Dakota? I mean, don't get me wrong. I've fired a lot of brain cells on this whole thing. Because if you look at the demographic out in Tucson, that's where people like go to college. It's a college town, it's a military town, and it is a retirement town. And the people that don't like the heat, they leave for 3 months out of the year or so. Also, the time change doesn't happen. Ugh. Oh yeah. Montana is is pretty cool. Montana. I went to Butte. I went to Butte, Montana for some training. Mount Rushmore. Man, I'm ashamed I don't know that. Why don't I know that? Let's see. We did a skydive in Montana. I'll never forget, because here's what you need to know about jumping out of an airplane. If you jump from 13,000 feet, and this is sea level, by the way, if you jump 13,000 feet above sea level, then you don't have to wear oxygen or pre-breathe oxygen or things like that. But if you go above 15,000 feet, then you're going to need to have some supplemental oxygen. And so I say that to say this. Montana's elevation baseline, I want to say, was like 5,000 feet or something. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it was a higher elevation. And we were doing a jump at a drop zone, and we had like 5,000 feet or something to play with. And typically, when you jump out of a plane, when you open your parachute, you're going to wave off and pull your parachute at 3,500. 4,000 to 3,500 is, I'm pretty sure, the norm. But yeah, it ended up being a hop and pop, basically, where you jump out and you get stable, you wave off, and then you pull. What a blast. What a blast. But yeah, the reason for the supplemental oxygen, if you don't know, is because you can start getting hypoxic when you go up to higher. When you go up higher, you can start getting hypoxic, and then you start making bad decisions, or no decisions, which is also a bad decision. But for the parachute themselves, it would not be the end of the world. It would mean that your cypress would fire. You definitely don't want that. But it could happen. Let's see. Would be really hard to choose. Oh no. See, that's the other thing about Tucson is you're close to Colorado. You're kind of close to California. You're kind of close to Mexico. You're kind of close to a lot of things in Arizona. I mean, you also have Phoenix if you want to go to a big city too. I think it'd be pretty cool. Lots of open air. They do jumping out where you are all the time? Awesome. Are you near a civilian or military drop zone? And you're in... Wait, where are you? Where is your house? Or where are they jumping? I'm not trying to triangulate you. Just, I wonder if it's a drop zone that I've actually jumped at. Your eardrums will bust that high? Ah, no, you'll be fine. Marana. We've jumped at Roswell. We've jumped at Lake Roosevelt into the water. Water jumps are fun. I like water jumps. I'm pretty sure there's another place that we used to jump at that was on a cattle ranch, actually. We coordinated with the people there that own the ranch. They're like, hey, we would like to jump there, and we had to coordinate when they don't have cattle in the area. Arizona's too hot and dry. Hey, that's all right. All I need you to do is come visit me, hang out, turn some stuff, and then you get to go back to the humidity. No, there's some really good places in Florida too. I've been to quite a few places in Florida. Army Helo Base and Civilian Airport. Something else that most people don't think about as far as jumping out of an airplane is, well, one, most people don't actually think about it. They don't like the idea of it. But of the people that do, they don't think about, why can't you just jump out of a helicopter? And you can jump out of a helicopter. You can also jump out of a hot air balloon, by the way, which is on my bucket list when my kids get older. Jumping out of a hot air balloon. That'd be so fun. But the reason most people jump out of a plane is because it's moving. When you jump out of an airplane, it's moving. And same with a helicopter too, by the way, because a helicopter can't hover at high altitudes. It doesn't have the lift. But again, people don't really think about that type of thing either. And also another cool little thing is that there's nitrogen. There's a nitrogen indicator in the rotor blades of a helicopter. And that's just to give an indicator whether it's been hit or not. Or if there's a crack in the rotor. Anyway, for a helicopter to get that high, it has to fly forward. And you're limited by how high you can go, by how fast you can go forward, because if you think about a helicopter, the rotors are turning, but it's treated like a wing, so, you know, kind of like an airplane, which is pretty interesting. And then the other thing is, my flight engineer always liked to say how many ways that the helicopter shouldn't fly and stuff like that. And also how important the tail rotor is. Most people don't think about that either. The tail rotor is there most importantly for liftoff, actually. But, you know, once you start moving forward, the whole thing can act like a rudder, basically, the whole helicopter. But the tail rotor is actually to keep it stable and on heading. So basically, that controls the pivoting axis, and that's most important, I would say, at takeoff and landing, because as you're coming down, you're trying to keep it steady, and it's like a 1-to-4 rotation ratio, and you can control the pitch and the yaw of both. And it's basically a counter, because the main rotors are spinning clockwise or counterclock. I don't remember off the top of my head, actually. Oops. Anyway, it's spinning one direction, and then the other one is kind of countering it. Anyway, it's pretty neat. Oh, see you, Lawrence. Sorry. Let's see. Let's see. Where's it? Okay, there we go. You and Abby. Visit you in Florida? Oh man, Abby's always looking for reasons to go to Florida. We went to Gatorland last year. We've also talked about being out west, going to the California Pin Show and stuff. How that would be easier to go to the Cali show. And also, we would get to go to Halloween Horror Nights there, because they do have another set at the Universal there. Only supposed to get to 105? Nice. People hear that number and they're like, oh my gosh, that's hot. And they're right, it is hot. But it's not humid. It's what? 20, maybe 20% humidity? What's the humidity there, Sean? Your neighbor has a hot air balloon ride. Well, that's cool. If he gets a couple parachute packers, he can start in waivers. Well, you're an insurance adjuster, so you can do that. You can help him with that, right? Then you can actually host skydives out of air balloons. You'll watch from the ground unless you're in a plane that's going down. Oh, man. The jump was actually my my 18th birthday gift. That was something that my mom suggested, actually. I was kind of surprised. And then she tried to get me into parasailing. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Run off of a mountain with a little wing. Mom, you trying to kill me? Nah. Be cool. I always... Something that I liked, I guess, was like James Bond movies. I always saw myself as like a James Bond when I was a kid. And then, you know, when Triple X came out with Vin Diesel. Anybody remember Triple X? It was pretty cool. I liked it. Anyway, I just wanted to be capable. That was one of my long-term goals. Dirt bikes. Used to ride dirt bikes a lot. Skateboarded. Rollerbladed. Not as cool. It wasn't that hard either. But yeah, I wanted to do everything. Oh man, sorry to hear that. I wonder what they, well, sorry to hear that. I fortunately didn't have any close encounters or anything like that. But didn't have to do any cutaways or parachute malfunctions or anything like that. I probably have about 200, if I had to guess, around 200 jumps. %, humidity. Oh, that's nice. It's like probably, I'm gonna guess like 80 here. I guess it's not too bad today, but. .24 and Tucson. Come on. There we go. Ew. Where's the humidity? Huh, it's only 49. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was too humid today. But when it rains, oh my gosh. What a terrible feeling. Sean, what kind of things are you thinking about for your YouTube? Maybe I can copy some of your ideas. I'm just kidding. I'm taking the teaching approach. Well, as far as the YouTube videos go, I'm going to be doing this is how I do it with minimal talking. And then from there, if people want to actually get more details of how and what and all that jazz, then they could just hang out. Because I think it's important to have like a surface level and then an depth level. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it's my at least my thoughts. Oh man. She was jumping at an air show and lots of people watching. Oh, that's awful. Including her husband. That'd be terrible. That sounds awful. Man. I lost quite a few brothers. Nice, nice. Well then, maybe you and I can work together on some of those things. Because I do think that I'll be going through the kits, some of the kits that I've got, and having a video on each of those. One of the things that really kind of feels weird to me, I guess, as like a maker of something, is, you have to, in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, but anytime I make a video, I have to assume that nobody's seen that before. And so I just start from, this is all the stuff that I'm using, this is how I'm using it, and this is what you do with it, and then so on and so forth. And it just kind of feels a little weird. And it doesn't, in some ways, it doesn't feel like progress. But, you know, people can hit the fast forward button, I suppose. Like when you make a kit pin, it's like I showed this already, but you just do it again. It doesn't matter if you showed it. And that's where I guess kind of struggle sometimes. Let's see. But yeah, I was working on kits. These are the kits. I'm working on, I think, like 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'm working on 14. And then these are the blanks for them. They've got all the, already got the brass in. I just need to trim them down to the size that they're going to be. But they're Duraclick EDCs. That's probably one of my favorite kits. But it has a lot of hardware, but it's a single body. Yeah, so I like it and dislike it, I suppose. Let me turn off Morty here. The real man. I'm gonna have my dad make a pin. Yeah, I think modifying kits is also really fun to do. Let me show you one of the ones here. So this is a slimline pin kit done 2 different ways. It's the same twist mechanism, same everything. The only thing that gets removed is the band. So you can make it a single body if you wanted to. Pretty cool little thing to do. But this down here is where it activates. And then obviously here is where it activates. So the activation is the same because you can engage the transmission by holding the nose cone, right? But it's just a different execution of it. Pretty cool. What do you think about Dayacom? Well, that's a good question. I haven't really fired many brain cells on that. I didn't know it was happening. I haven't looked at those. Did somebody buy them out? Because that's interesting. I have a lot of thoughts now. I had none before. Now I have a lot. One of which being there's a hole in the market. The other one is, are they not making enough to stay open? I don't know. I don't know. Is it telling of the trajectory of pin making? I doubt it. I doubt it. And I don't think that's me just being optimistic. My prediction is that people will go back to an analog style just to get escapes from the constant bombardment of just screens and electronics, and I hope. But that's what I think. I've been teaching my kids to write cursive, which reminds me, I got to get them set up again. They closed because of the cost of materials? Interesting. Well, what do you think about that? Because I have more thoughts now. Oh, man. Like cost of material, you just increase the prices, right? You can't stay at a specific price point forever. It just won't work. And then when you do raise prices, you have to be mindful of people that are not buying that anymore. So I wonder if they even tried. I'm sure they tried, but effectively. I don't see much advertising, by the way, from Dayacom. And I don't know how exactly it all unfolded, but that's interesting. But most of the stuff that I do, I actually don't use kits. So, yeah. And that is, kind of the, like, reimagining what already exists is kind of where I like to be. But sometimes companies get so big, they overextend and overestimate. Anyway, sounds pretty cool. And I mean, if you apply the same kind of thing, some things are rebranding. Like, sometimes it's good to rebrand. Like, yeah. Because, I mean, when you go to Woodcraft or Rockler, not throwing shade at them, but their kits are expensive. Like, you can get them, like, off of Temu or whatever. If you're just going for bulk, and you can get slim lines for like $1 each, or less, probably like $1/4 each if you go off on Temu. And then they're like $1 on Amazon and stuff like that. But yeah. They supply every pin kit website. Huh. Well, sounds like we have an opportunity week on our hands, huh? Because, I mean, there are people still discovering turning and stuff like that. Kits, hey. Oh, there they are. Oh, yes. But, like, look at Tim McKenzie. The pin kits he makes and sells are, not cheap. And people still buy them. So, I don't know if it's a wall like that. Ooh. 1 millimeter wire. That might be too thin. For what I was thinking, at least. See, I get these ideas, and then I buy the crap, and then it's not the right thing, and so I shelf it. Oh! Bone. Bone crusher. What do you want me to call you? Bone crusher? Have you seen these? They're fountain pen sections. And they fit a Yovo number 6. Let's see, do I have a free one in here? So this is a junior gent, I believe. Yeah, junior series. So I bought some, and look at that. Boom. Fits Joe number 6. So to make a pin, you just need to fit that, which you already have. But yes, now you can have metal sections. If you didn't want to make sections for some of your pins. I just like doing that. Retrofitting stuff. Tim's having trouble keeping up with the demand? Or what? Having trouble keeping up with the demand of it? I'm out of touch with that. The junior gent sections are nice. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Or something else. If they liquidated, that would probably be a good time to buy as many kits as you could. Period. There wasn't a follow-on. There was just the end. I haven't used any of them, any of the kits. I do have some blanks from Diamond Cast. These are years old. We got some blanks. We used to get the subscription box, and then we would just do a sale of diamond painting pens with the whole subscription box that we accumulate over, you know, however long we decide to do that. So I get those, chop them in half, boom. So that is something that we did. But we do that to kind of break it up to where Abby wouldn't need to make the blanks, or if she was trying to make an abundance of other blanks. And we were also supporting Diamond Cast at the time. think about Tim McKenzie's patent? On diamond dust or something like that. I forgot what his patent was. But what do you think about it? All right, I need a chamfer. All right, if you don't know or you haven't sleeved before, what I'm looking at right now is this, to where this seats on that face. This is the face, and this is where it seats. So this side, I need to hit it a little bit with the chamfer tool. So, you think it's fair? Poorly controlled is patenting the magnetic mica. Weird. That's crazy. It's a lot of money to patent stuff. Why do you think people like to patent, I wonder? Oh, this is the little thing I was talking about. It's just going to basically make the edge a little, we'll have a little bevel. So I just want to make sure it fits flat. And it's not super important to keep it perfect. Just as good as possible, because it won't actually be seen. It just needs to fit flush. Boom. Just like that. But yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that about poorly controlled. Some of the patents, man. Some of the patents. Probably best to discuss that in DC. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But still. Personally, I think patents stifle innovation. That's my thoughts on it. But, you know, for some things, what are you still going to innovate on? So. But yeah, I reckon. Okay. Let's see. All right, so that next layer, do I need to drill it deeper? I don't think so. But anyway, when I do glue this, I'm going to probably do it like this, where I'll put it in the collet and then push it in. That way, this is, you know, centered to begin with. That's what we want. Um, kind of wonder if I should trim this down just a little bit more so it's not so tight. That way glue will have a little bit of space to be. Yeah. But yeah, I know a lot of people are protective of that stuff. Right on, Marianne. Take care. Let's see. Ooh, out my new chuck. All right, I won't do it on camera. But yeah, I suppose I can make not friends that way. But people are going to do what they do. And I reckon if it makes you feel better, do it. You know? Because on the other hand, it incentivizes other things. You know? Kind of what I was talking about with necessity, inspiring creativity, which I also think is true. Is this the right size? Yeah, 5/8. That one is not going to work. Maybe? But, yeah. I guess that'll be a side conversation, I reckon. or what's her name? Ashley Harwood. She did a patent on the tool, and it's basically a collet. This is the correct one. 9/16 is peach model. But yeah, the Ashley Harwood was able to patent a turning tool, like a quick change sort of thing, which, does that happen? Do people quick change ever? I don't know. This is my base plate. I don't have a base plate. When I try to knock this out, it's just going to hit that. Is there something on the inside? Huh. Well, we need to put something in there. Dang it. Maybe a screw or a bolt or something. I can't figure out the threads. Dang it. Let's see. So if that does go in, and then I try to get it out, it won't be able to hit on anything. I don't think. No. I have to hit the edge. I have to hold it at an angle. No, see? It's not good. Ugh. Come on. Are we there? Are we? Hey, looks like I got sound back. Alright, can you hear me? Sorry about that. Looks like it's back. Whew! I think we're back. Alright, so I think all I really need to do is create like a little taper thing, but there we are. And something. All right, good. Yeah, man. What can I use? I want to use this. It's threaded at least, so that's something. Create a bolt. Oh, thread finders. I had a little set of all my other stuff. It is not that. Maybe. Oh, that's going to fall off as soon as I move. Are you? No. All right. Gonna have to MacGyver it a little bit. Before I do, make sure it fits in there where it needs to. Okay, it goes to there. It's not going to fit. Oh, it will fit. All right, we'll just roll with that. Put a little bolt in there, huh? Sweet bolt action. Knock it. There it is. I'll figure out a better solution later. I was going to use some tape to build up some girth. That way it would actually stay in place, but if it won't go through, I'm not really worried about it coming out the backside either. Ooh, got some Eric Prides. Hmm. Alrighty. Shoot, we can do it right now. I need to go get a bigger wrench anyways, a channel lock. But yeah, we got... Do you have my number? I don't know if you've got my phone number or not. Too small. Yeah, Anyway. The only thing I was really going to do with this anyways is glue it. So it won't be all that exciting. But I'll be gluing these pieces onto here. I'll probably sand this down just a little bit more. Oh, alrighty. Well, I need to... Oh, Abby's actually got some channel locks over here. Need to make it a little bigger. There. There we go. Anyway, I was having issues with the Beal and the other one, the PSI one. It was just trying to move, but it's because of the brass here. It like got smaller or something. Alrighty. Another good reason to have some, or have a file. Okay, we're gonna file that down just a little bit more. Nothing crazy. Drop speed. So you can see that this side is just a little bit off my fingers bouncing. The reason I recommend sanding slow is so you have that positive contact the whole time. Because if you were sanding it really fast, it would only be hitting that one high spot, and it would be spinning so fast you couldn't get your, the sandpaper touching everything at the same time. So that's kind of one of those things that you learn by making a mistake. At least that's what I did. In fact, that's how I made a lot of my kit or bespoke pens in the beginning. Messed it all up. But then we got it. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, now we're going to test fit. So not as important for all of the pieces to be perfectly in place at the moment. Just need to find where it seats the best here. Good. I'm going to move this over here. Yep. I'm going to get this in position. Perfect. Glue block or board, glue board. Got to protect your lathe. And that is number 3. Perfect. Okay. Denatured alcohol. Get that oil off. Yeah, you want a nice clean surface. And I touched the grease from the collet, and I definitely don't want that on there. That would be helpful if there was some in there. It's the thing with denatured alcohol in a hot garage is it likes to evaporate. And we actually want to keep this scuff, by the way, if you don't know. I don't want to sand this part smooth. It gives it things for the glue, or surfaces for the glue to grab a hold of. And this is ebonite, if you don't know. Alrighty. And then the next thing to do is protect the collet and threads and everything. So I need to grab some painter's tape. There we go. Boom. Alrighty. But yeah. So the outer diameter of this is going to be smaller, so if I glue the tape to it, that's not a problem. Problem would be is if it got on the threads, which I would just chase them again, hoping that that would work. So not the end of the world, but better to protect them and get it right. Man, just I don't know how other people do this, by the way, but this is how I do it, or I'm going to do it at least. All right, good enough. And then we got 1, 2, 3, and the cap, and then that's going to go on. Boom. Got to rehearse. I think I'm going to do all 3 at the same time. Because the end cap needs some extra filling. And then that's going to need to sit. Yeah. Yeah, medium. What? Let's go. All right, last thing I need. My bad. Paper towel. Sure, that'll work. That was an excessive amount. Boom. Voila. All right. Put this cap back on. Denatured alcohol. Check, check. Activator. Man. What can I do for you, friend? What does it relate to? Whacking check? Okay. And how? I have my Discord that you could hop in. Yeah, got my Discord. The link should be good in the description. But good choice. Good choice. spoke pins are pretty neat. What is it? You need advice. Alrighty. Way to sound so ominous. Hey. There. Sorry, I might have hit the mic. All right. Channel locks on the buy list. Okay. Now, the other one. Ooh, not that far. Oh, you've been jamming out high-end blanks for kits. You want to try a whole enchilada. Get a tap and die, 3/8 and a half inch. Drill some holes, put them together. Good to go. Start working with that. That way you don't have to buy the triple leads yet. And then once you get more comfy, then buy a double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, however many you want. Or just do big ol' Acme threads. That's also a viable thing. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I guess the most direct way would be to do the Discord thing, and then, or if you want an individual sesh, you know, I got that option too. But, you know, quick question answer, no biggie. Sweet. Yeah, there's I mean there's a few ways, right? There's the Discord that I have, and then what is it? A link tree. Shoot. A link tree that if there's like specific questions that you want to talk about, or but really Discord probably is going to be the best way. That's really if somebody just comes across it and doesn't actually talk to me. They just want to send a message to me so I can do something. This is the one that I really need to make sure I get seated correctly. I'm going to hit that with the file just a little bit here. Oh, it's going so fast. There is a live stream too where I made one from start to finish. There's also a couple videos that I've done that also have that. No. Yes. About grabbed it. Y'all were there for me. Told me not to grab it. Thank you. But yeah, it's interesting that you asked that because I have, teaching. I want to teach. But in order to teach, you need people to teach. Nice. Well, bone I can't help you with. Wood and segmenting, depending on the segmenting, I can help with. I haven't turned bone, and I don't intend on it either. And then wood, I mean, I've turned wood. Okay, good. And this is even more important to have set correctly. There's this. I'm actually going to use thick because I want it to fill a little bit. Okay. You have to be swift. Swift. Medium. Thick is prepped. But yeah, I mean, so I think I mentioned it, but you weren't here at the time. But I do have, what are you doing? Go over there. What are you doing? Can't come over here. What? Oh. Dang. Time flies. Channel members. I just got that started, or got that set. And what'll be in that is demos of stuff specifically that will be good. So that was kind of one of the things that I wanted to do with my lives, but I wasn't able to do that. It's not a feasible option, really. Oh, didn't cut it deep enough. But yeah, bespoke is really cool. There's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of things that you can, like, all kinds of directions you can go, which I think is really cool. Let's do a bunch of segments. Yeasy? Jissy? I don't know what it is. One of those. One. Thick. Get out. Mm. Boom. Oh, should be a link in the description, but if not, let's see. Let me get you your own personal link. Oh, nice. Johnny joined. Let's see. All right, there we go. That'll take you to Discord. But it is a channel that is slowly. I'm not like Ben. Not like Ben. He's a lot more active than I am on Discord. A quick little way, if you do have a whole bunch of CA built up at the top, just kind of crunch it. It'll help get it broken apart. Oh yeah. Almost. We getting there. All right. There's not a lot there, but I shall Mike from the shack. Boom. 2 more in the Discord. But yeah, that'll be the best way to communicate, really. You know, aside from giving you my phone number. Yeah. But yes, I got you. Go ahead and take a gander at the stuff. Boom. There we are. That's why it's handy to have different thicknesses of CA. People talk about two-part epoxy, and I think why some people like the two-part epoxy, if I had to guess, is because their holes aren't right. And it makes it a very thick, makes it quite a bit thicker. So kind of an interesting thing, I would think. But yeah, when people use like two-part epoxy, it makes me think that their holes are not right. I mean, my hole wasn't right, so I mean, it's not, you're not immune to the hole not being right, but because of how thick it is. Same with Gorilla Glue. But on the other hand, I don't use thin on kits either. I use medium on kits. Probably excessive, but I seemed like the most logical, down-to-earth person. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. By the way, me talking about the membership was my best effort at selling. So I'm not a great seller either. That's why Abby's does that part. Okay. Make sure I got it. Did you email it or? Oh, lordy. There we go. Let's see you. Got it. Look at you, getting people's phone numbers and stuff. Right on. Abby went to go work on dinner, so it'll be after I wrap up the stream and then eat, I guess. I don't know. Probably a couple hours, few hours, something like that. Mike, is that a way of saying I'm boring? I'm just kidding. Just sounds funny. down to earth. Yeah, I am. I try to simplify things as best as I can, and I think there is a expression that if you can explain what you're talking about to a toddler, then you have a thorough understanding of what it is. And if I recall correctly, that was an Einstein quote. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. But yes, I think that's also why people enjoy listening to the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, is because he makes it understandable by people that are are definitely not as advanced in academia. No, no, I'm not calling you a toddler. But what I will say is I did teach my kids how to turn when they were like 9. So they have an understanding of how to turn. So I think there's a little merit to that. Somebody that doesn't know much about the specific topic are coming in and they, if you think about it, if you don't know anything about pin making, it is like explaining it to a toddler in some ways because they're the same. The understanding of information is about the same. Not saying that you are, obviously, but. And then there's also better analogies that you can make for adults. Oh, I wasn't trying to make you feel like a dummy. It was more of a flex on my capabilities of teaching, not an insult to those that don't know how to turn. I can get you turning in no time. One of the funny things that I tell Abby when I'm trying to explain something, but she still doesn't get it, but I want her to do something. I basically just have to say, do this, do this, do this, do this. And then when she does all the things, you put them all together, and then it makes sense. So it's like having a structured approach that it's not important necessarily for you to understand the whole picture all at the same time. And so that's how I teach. No, I didn't say turning was so easy, a 9-year-old can do it. I was just saying that I taught my 9-year-old how to do it. It's not easy. And sometimes things just happen, but if you don't know necessarily what happened, it's hard to troubleshoot because you have to figure out all the wrong ways to do it before you can start doing it the right way or a way that works. I really got to get better at that. There's not a one way to do it, okay? There's a lot of ways to do it. But yeah, it was more of a it's funny. Y'all need visual and learn differently. You need to see the big picture to get there. Well, I mean, that's kind of what the stream is, in at least in my mind. Like big picture, this is what it is. And then zoomed out more, you would be at a show, or zoomed out more, you could be like selling, or like there's a lot of other avenues that you can go down. How far out is dinner? Sweet. But yeah. It was a play of you calling me boring. That are teaching, what's CLS? What's CLS? I don't know it. I don't know what that is. But I did go to Army Jump School, Jump Master School, and I didn't remember some of the 5 points of performance. Make sure the tank's on. You might have to plug it. Yeah, just don't want you to get to that point. Yeah, I mean, that's really it. That's really the biggest thing. It's just getting out there and doing it, getting the reps in, making the mistakes, and doing it. It's just having somebody with you will, like, it's a steep learning curve. Like, there are some things that are just very steep learning curves, and basically having somebody help guide you through some of the things will kind of flatten out that learning curve, but it's still going to be up. You still will end up having to put the time in doing it. But yeah. But learning from someone can definitely expedite that. And I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Personally, I think it's a good thing that for the most part I'm self-taught. And so I made a lot of mistakes. I think making as many mistakes as possible is really one of the better ways to learn deeper, like a depth of knowledge. But I also understand people want to learn things quick. So yeah. Oh yeah. And I don't blame them. Like, turning took me a long time to figure out. There's a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I was determined to make it work, and I'm glad I did. Because now I can just step into my garage when I have an idea, and then I just try it out. This is a Duraclick EDC pin. And I'm just trying to get some kits made. There's, like, even this, you could use this. You could use a lot of tools for this particular turning. But the concepts remain the same. Is you kind of have it resting on the bevel right here, and then you just kind of want to go across. So you have it just in contact right here. And then you lift until you start making cuts, and you move across. So, I mean, you approach everything the same way. Like, I'm not going to do this one necessarily, but it's the same concept. We'll start here, ride the bevel, and then once it starts cutting, I don't want to take too big of a bite, but it starts shaving, then you go across. But for when I use square, I actually prefer to tilt it sideways. And it acts more like a, I guess it kind of similar to a SOOO, just a different angle. But yeah, you can use really anything. Like this, the same concept. Like you can do it like that, to where you ride the bevel and you just go across, or you can. The same thing applies where this has to go into the tool, and the tool has to be right under it. So I do kind of a shearing, but those are pretty non-standard ways to use that tool. Then you also have the skew, which I dropped earlier. So maybe my tool rest isn't at the right height. It should be higher for this particular tool, but I can adjust just by putting the back hand here way down. But the better way to do it is by lifting the tool rest. But for the sake of just showing, all you're doing is you make contact with the tool rest. We're going to find the bevel. It's going to make contact with the with this ridge part of the bevel, and then I'm going to find the flat spot, and then that's where I'm going to start moving once it starts. So the tool's flat, I go up, make contact with that first part, and then I'm going to find the angle, and then we start shaving a little bit. Now we can go across. But yeah, the tool height is not accurate right now for that particular thing. And then this tool, this is called the Skew Gouge, which again, same thing. I'm actually going to go to the right here. So start till I start seeing shavings, and then I'm going to end up rotating it just slightly in. But then once you find that spot, stay on it. It's like riding the wave. Michael, how you been, man? Dr. Wilson? Oh, man. Got a doctor? Shoo. It's awesome. But yeah, I just do the same thing. Bevel. Oh. Alright, here's another one. Bevel. It's the same thing. Same thing. Find the bevel. This one is a little bit different. You need to have the angle going the direction that you want to go. So I guess it's kind of like the SOOO. And these wings are a little too high. But we still can do it. Come in contact. Start making shavings, and then move. Start moving. But yeah, you're just riding the bevel of it. And that bevel's ugly because I suck at grinding. Yeah, rotate the gouge in the direction you're moving. Yeah. So my stuff ends up being a little bit more free-handed because I don't follow that rule of the bevel. Like you can, I could really zoom in, but basically I don't really follow the contour of the bevel all the time. But in order to start turning, you need all the fundamentals. So, because mine's just on the edge, so my surface contact really is just this top part here. Illustrate that. Lawrence, welcome back. Okay, I think we can illustrate this. See, it's silver. Now, let me color this all. There. It's just another way to illustrate it, I think. Alright, so we see I got Sharpie on it now. So we can see where it's actually getting contact. I need a brush. If I use my hands, I'll just wipe it off. There we go. That little tiny spot. So you can even see it. See that tiny little spot? Right there, the end of my nail. That was the contact that I was making. Do a couple passes. You can see a couple spots now. One right there, one right there. So that's where and there probably would be one over there too. But anyway, that is the contact. Now if I did it the other way, to where I was doing the bevel you can see it goes down even a bit more, but it's still such a small area. But it does give you more control riding the bevel. Gives you more control riding the bevel. So, anyway. Here's a little cheat. Here's a little cheat for your pin kits. You can come and then just hover right above the kit or the bushings. Just be mindful not to cut your bushings. And then if you're turning wood, you probably don't want to start like this. You probably should start kind of in the middle and work your way outward because of the wood fiber. Nice and uniform. So yeah, there's that. So this is the this side of the pin where the grip is going to go, and back here is where the clip is going to go. I usually do, this is the highest point right here, and then I kind of use a 1/3, 2/3 rule. So from here to here is about 1/3, and then with that being my measurement of 1, this gets marched out twice to where it's about 1/3, 2/3. That is how I do my design. Missed that, Michael. Sorry, man. You take the wings quite far back on your roughing gouge. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a good grinder. I need a lot more practice. But we'll use a gouge here. Oh, also, when you're done with the kit, just give it a little wipe. That's all you gotta do. Give it a little wipe. Nothing crazy, nothing groundbreaking. It's just one of those extra little let's see, another way, since we're doing this, I've seen people do it like this, where they'll take this and then they'll just just go like that. Hey man, if it works and you feel good doing it, do it. There's no reason not to. If that's how you want to do it, go for it. And then this is a much different kind of, you can see the profile. See, this is, now I'm getting into like the hobby part of what I'm doing. I like playing around with this type of stuff and learning about the different tools, how they function, how I can implement them. All right, again, same thing. It's rotating, so that's about my line that I'm starting at. So just so you can see, this is where I'm starting. It's offset left, but that's my target. So I'm gonna ride high, and that's actually all the way off. It could be because of the different sounds that are going on here, but that made a nice, so this is what it looked like before, and this is what it looked like after that tool. So it's a much cleaner surface, so that is one of the pros of using steel, I would say. But Lawrence, I don't think it's cutting off. It could just be because I'm turning my head, or oh, I don't doubt that it's cutting out. I'm just saying it could be because of the sounds that are out there. Abby just put the compressor in. Oh. That's another way. Gonna work. But same concept here. We'll come right here. Now for this, you need to be mindful of both sides. And because I had a little extra time on the grinder, I kind of have a U shape in that. So I'm not gonna match it right here because it'll cut with the heel. I don't want to do that. But we'll come in, same thing, ride the bevel, and then really high, I'd have to lift this tool pretty far to get it cutting. Yep. Lots of ways, lots of ways. Oh no. I don't know what to do. Maybe it just doesn't want to cooperate anymore today. It's like I'm tired. But we still cruising. What kind of pins? All kinds of pins. Here's my fart pin. Close. Of course. Been looking at the cap mandrel PSI. Huh. I'm gonna have to take a gander at it, I reckon. What's the threads on? For these types of pins, you also need to be mindful of the clip itself, because the clip needs to not go way up here. If the blank is too thick, you can end up with that type of thing, which is unappealing. Sandpaper that you never have to replace. And I suppose you could make a cool handle for it. I'm not going to, but you could. Okay, so things that I am feeling at the moment. Let's see, how can I show that? Well, just got to be careful as to not catch the edge and gouge it, because then you've got a different problem. And if you're wondering, you're probably not, but I'll tell you anyway. The other thing about it is I get these kits as like starter packs when I get them. When I get these types of Alright, just gonna do a little arrow. It's gonna get sanded off, so it's not that big of a deal. Ah, maybe it's telling me something, Lawrence. Maybe it's time. Maybe it is time to wrap it up. I don't know. That's a don't want to overdo it. Shoot. Overdoing is what I do. Why do you think I stopped at making pins? And I still make pins. Overdoing it. Alrighty. So this isn't flat. Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins. Yes. remedied. Perfect. Hey. Okay. It cut out. It cut out. I just got tired. Anyway, um, let's see. I don't know how far back I went, but I'll pick this up tomorrow. That'll be the plan, and then I'll finish these. Maybe sand and polish them. I don't know. If we're feeling froggy, and then getting the fountain pen that I just glued together. Get that one finished up, and then yeah, go from there. Got to get set up with some stratified, so always something to do. But yeah, got to get some stratified set done. So I hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks, Lawrence. It's good chatting with y'all. It's good to be back in the shop, you know. But yes, appreciate y'all. And I will see y'all next time. Take care. Overview. There we go. Now you get the full effect. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time.